When apathy was fashionable.
TMR.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
Straight from Canada, it's Odds with Break the Bed. A talented man once said, "Party like it's 1999, only we're gonna party like it's 1990 up until 1999, but sometimes we make room for 2000, 2001 for good measure." You're listening to Pre-Millennium Radio, and unfortunately, you're listening to it in the post-millennium. Man, the things I'd sacrifice to go back in time to that glorious decade. Now that I think about it, that really was like the peak era for society. You could bring any kind of food you wanted on a flight. You could bring on your own drinks or other liquids that were more than 8 ounces, because we didn't have to worry about shoe bombers or underwear bombers. Everybody's standards were far lower. Frosted Tips would actually get you laid. Mall cops just had to deal with a bunch of punk-ass teenagers instead of the next shooter with a manifesto. And having a pizza delivered to your doorstep really felt like the pinnacle of Western innovation. Cuties Like Watermelon, right here on PMR.
Red fly, solar boy, living in a hollowed out asteroid, paranoid, looking heavenly, a proto-revolutionary, met her in a camp, she was looking for a sedative. Cuties like watermelon, cuties like watermelon, it's alright. Cuties like watermelon, cuties like watermelon, it's alright now. Plastic snapshot parasol, Polaroid dinosaur, cattle car, don't stop. TV just shows static and her bedroom is pneumatic. There's cupies in the attic and they listen when we're at it. It's fine, I don't mind. We like to come when we're high. It blows my mind that I don't wanna cry. And we're not eating anymore. We're not sleeping 'cause we're wrong. Cuties like watermelon, cuties like watermelon, it's alright. Cuties like watermelon, cuties like watermelon, cuties like watermelon, cuties like watermelon, it's alright. Cuties like watermelon, cuties like watermelon, it's alright here. Lowering the standards in a process selective. The formula's too thin, but it takes more than one person, so everyone jump on. I'll miss you when you're
Going Cosmopolitan with Jimmy World.
I remember back then thinking
it's time to play some news right now, and you better still be here once Weasel is finished up.
Weasel News.
Devin Weston profits from Congress's decision to allow Merriweather Security Consulting to expand domestic operations.
Gang crime is on the rise. Experts blame lack of movies.
The funding war between security agencies rages in the Capitol.
It's official. Epsilonism is not a cult.
Credits roll on another historic Vinewood movie studio.
The boss act in wild swings again as stocks drop.
Devin Weston, Los Santos' legendary billionaire investing guru, was celebrating along with Don Percival, CEO of a controversial private security business yesterday. Weston announced his fund had taken an 11% stake in Merriweather. Percival, meanwhile, was happy after defeating a government plan to outlaw the expansion of Merriweather's domestic operations. Expect more privatized high-security firms to begin domestic operations as the war on terror continues to rage.
Gang crime is on the rise, and politicians are blaming lack of media coverage and sensationalism. The recent fall in the popularity of gang movies, focusing on both African American and Hispanic street gangs, has led to a rise in gang violence, experts warned yesterday, as people no longer had movies to warn them of the danger of making bad choices.
Movie mogul Solomon Richards and his struggling Richards Majestic Studios will be reeling today from the news that another historic movie studio, Lowenstein Pictures, has closed and will be turned into luxury condos. Will there soon be nothing left in America but reality TV and property that nobody can afford?
The funding war between IAA and FIB intensifies after Congress promised to slash spending and both agencies recommend it's the other one.
Cult News.
Chris Formage and his fellow Epsilonists were celebrating yesterday after the Supreme Court of the state of San Andreas overturned the Revenue Service's claim that the Epsilon program was a cult and a pyramid scheme and not a real religion, and therefore should have its charitable status repealed. Mr. Formage, who is believed to have amassed a fortune of several $1 billion, wept on the steps of the courthouse.
I'm Carl Kelly. Markets were volatile as the Bossack Index went into free fall and then got hit hard before a late rally had everyone really confused. If you want to understand more, pick up my new book, Mounting Bulls and Riding Bears.
Weasel News. Confirming your prejudices.
TMR.
Where sobriety equals conformity.
You know, I'm a man of reason. I normally don't like pitting two groups against each other, unless we're talking about the group straight out of DC. Girls Against Boys with their song, In Like Flynn. You are listening to PMR, Pre-Millennium Radio. And guess what? We got some pre-Y2K goodness for you.
Best at nothing.
Put away the Prozac, people. It's time to mellow down with Unwound. Man, you remember when people used to rely on radio? There used to be a time when you needed us. We told you the weather, we told you the news, we told you about how much traffic there was going to be and how every freeway was going to be a parking lot on any given morning. We gave you music, and we made you money. Be the ninth caller and win $100 or a Bean Machine gift card with a lot of money on it. Now everyone's got their faces buried in these stupid-ass smartphones because, they got an app that tells them the weather, and an app that supposedly gives them exact directions on how to beat traffic and the fastest way to get to where you're going. And I guess there's rewards points or something on one of those retail apps, and a music app. You know, I guess this is not good for radio, is it?
I want you to know that I'm happy for you. I wish nothing.
From the album that moved more units than a key of Vice Beach Coke, it's You Oughta Know by Alanis Morissette.
I know the version of me. Is she perverted like me? Would she go down on you in a theater? Does she speak eloquently? And would she have your baby? I'm sure she'd make a really excellent mother. 'Cause the love that you gave every day wasn't able to make it enough for you to be open wide. No. And every time you speak her name, does she know how you told me how the world till you die? peaceful. I'm not quite as well. I thought you should know. Did you forget about me, Mr. Duplicity? I hate to bug you in the middle of dinner. There was a slap in the face, how quickly I was replaced. And are you thinking of me when you fuck her? 'Cause the love that you gave that we made wasn't able to make it enough for you to be open wide. No. And every time you speak her name, does she know how you told me and hold me until you died? Till you died, but you're still alive. And I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away. It's not fair to deny me of the cross I bear that you gave to me. You ought to know. Cause the joke that you made in the bed that was made, and I'm not gonna fade as soon as you close your eyes. And you know it. Every time I stretch my nails down someone else's back, I hope you feel it. Well, can you feel it? Well, I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away. It's not fair to deny me of the cross I bear that you gave to me. You ought to know I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away.
We play the music that you did not know you needed. It's very addictive. I guess kind of like hard drugs, except if you're afraid of needles and you're afraid of all the risks, then you know what? You're in the right place.
You ought to know.
This is beginning to hurt. This is beginning to be serious. It used to be a game, now it's a cry of shame. You don't wanna play around no more. Sometimes I push too hard. Sometimes you fall and skin your knee. I never meant to do all that I've done to you. Please, baby, say it's not too late. Get to, get to, get to, get to, get to, get to, No, this is breaking me up.
just a heartbreaking show of human struggle, love, redemption, and hot morons doing drugs in bikinis. Tragedy equals comedy if you give it enough time. Rehab Island. We've put Darwinism into the ultimate struggle as people battle addictions and each other in this hit competitive sobriety show. We take people to the limit, push them over it, and run commercials in between. Alliances form.
Get out! Get out of this hut!
Loves are lost.
I thought you loved me!
I love the coke! I love cocaine! Hearts explode. And contestants flatline. Rehab Island. Reality finally gets real on CNT.
What happens when rich American tech billionaires think they're rocket scientists? Race to Pluto, the amateur space race reality show. Who will get into orbit first? Yeah! Who will burn up on re-entry? And which rich asshole will prove beyond all reasonable doubt they're the biggest dick in the galaxy? Race to Pluto, only on CNT.
Do you only get to see your kids on the weekends and have a mortgage you can barely afford? We have the escapism you need.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
I met a man. He was a good man. Sailing and shoring, dancing the beta can-can, making me foreign. Ah, yeah.
The man who helped pioneer the very music we play on this station, Frank Black with Los Angeles.
was a good man, sailing and shoring. You got a Betatron man, talking that foreign. Ah yeah, oh yeah.
I actually own the vinyl to this one. Hope you found that at least mildly interesting. How did we let it get to a point where about a third of the people behind the wheel in the city can't drive? I love driving, but seeing some of these people on the road speeding around, not signaling, going through red lights, it's turning something I love into a stressful activity. I mean, we're in desperate need of better public transit here, something that's more than just buses that go nowhere and a piss-poor excuse for a subway system. I mean, not that I would be taking the subway myself. Why would I do that when I can drive? Just get everyone else who can't drive off the road and onto a train. It's better for the environment or something. Sadomasochism never really was my thing, but I do love me some Alice in Chains. Pre-Millennium Rock is the rock station of southern San Andreas. That's if you don't count the other three rock stations, but Really, who does? A pop station with an identity crisis is beating us all in the ratings game, so why don't you just keep your radio tuned right here and sulk with us before we get converted into a Christian rock format. I think we've had enough of skinny jeans by now. Time to go baggy with the Mad Lads of Manchester. It's time for The Charlatans. Music, your wish is my command and my job. We only ask that you listen to our sponsors and advertisers in return. Just saying, we're not exactly running a charity here. It's not public radio. My things brand new. My accountant can attest to that. 70 times 7 by brand new.
Back in school they never taught us what we needed to know, like how to deal with despair or someone breaking your heart. 12 years of proud it all together, but a night like this is begging to pull me apart. I played it quiet, left you deep in conversation. I thought I'm cool and hung out around the kitchen. I remember I kept thinking that I know you never would, and now I know I wanna kill you like only a bastard. Everyone's caught on to everything you do. remind myself of bed sucks. Until the sun covers over my head. Wrote a message on my pillow that says just to stay asleep in bed. Don't apologize. Set yourself for something with your hang yourself. Say you need to pray. Wanna go to heaven, they will tell you what to say when your whole life is down to hell. Everyone's caught on to everything you do. Everyone's caught on to. Everyone's caught on to everything you do. Everyone's caught on to. As a brick and the small on my back. So let's end this call and end this conversation. And is that what you call a getaway? Well, tell me what you got away with, 'cause you left the phrase from the ties you severed when you say best friends means friends forever. Is that what you call a getaway? Well, tell me what you got away with, 'cause I see what's fine and jellyfish. I see more cuts than 11-year-old kids.
Time to head to the newsroom.
You've accidentally killed a family of 4. We all know these things happen. You need to get out of jail to beat the shit out of your old lady for getting you into this mess in the first place, but you need money for bail. That's where we come in at Jay's Bail Bonds. We're your new friend. We're here in your time of need, but skip town on us and we'll hunt you down like the vermin you are. You may be in a lot of trouble with the law, but now you're in debt to an angry, unregulated lunatic who will be happy to take a shit on the Constitution to get their money back. Contact Jay's Bail Bonds today.
You're locked onto Millennium
Radio!
Who needs therapy when you have heroin?
Let the Cocteau Twins drag you away into a midsummer bliss with Frou Frou Foxes and Midsummer Fires.
Alive.
I know you're gonna love this one, or you're gonna hate it for reminding you of how unkind time's been to you. Oasis are here to tell us to take pleasure in the fruits of life and enjoy the liberty we've been granted. A great sentiment delivered with a very British accent. You know what I mean?
Don't know why in my mind there is no time. The little things that make me so happy. All I wanna do is live by the sea. The little things that make me so happy. But it's good, yes it's good. So what would you say if I said to you, it's not in what you say, it's in what you do. You point the finger at me, but I don't believe. Bring it on home to where we found. Head is like a rock sitting upside down. In my mind, there is no time. The little things that make me so happy. All I wanna do is live by the sea. The little things that make me so happy. It's good, yes it's good. It's good to be free.
Imagine, if you will, a place where it costs a majority of your salary just to rent an apartment in a less dumpy neighborhood than the one you lived in before. Imagine that same place has the most perfect weather imaginable and is right along a huge coastline, and yet the beaches are too crowded to really enjoy. If you even make it to the beach because you're stuck in traffic for 4 hours. Now imagine that same place being seen as cool or chic to the tourists who just gawk at everything before they get to go home to wherever the hell they came from. Sometimes I ask myself, why do I even live here? Is there a band that has musically defined the age of the new millennium more so than System of a Down? From their 1998 debut, it's the track Soil.
What
you're rocking out to these jams, Los Santos. If all you mindless drones still count as human, that is.
My home to thieves. They bully the stereo and drink. They leave suspicious things in the sink. They make rude remarks about me. They wonder just how wild I would be as they egg me on and keep me mad. They play me like a pit bull in a basement, and for that I lock my door at night. I keep my mouth shut tight. I practice all my moves. I memorize the stupid rules. I make myself their friend. I show them just how far I can bend as they egg me on and keep me mad. They play me like a pit bull in a basement, and for that I'm asking you, Mary, please temper my hatred with peace. Weave my disgust into fame, and watch how fast they run to the flame.
It's time to get sentimental with some excellent dream pop from the Cranberries with Linger.
Do you have to let it linger?
got a fair amount of requests for this one, and I must say, Los Santos, your taste has not entirely dissipated yet. Good job.
Pop and alternative rock from the decade of prosperity and pitiful fashion choices.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
Here's a David Byrne tribute band. Just kidding. Sort of. It's Radiohead.
For a fake Chinese rubber plant and a fake plastic girl. Which you bought from a rubber man in a town full of rubber. Get rid of itself. The world's around. The world's around. The world's around. The world's around. She lives with a broken mind, a crackpot of styrene man who just crumbles and burns. Used to do surgery for girls in the 80s, but gravity always wins. And he wears them out. He wears them out. It wears him out. It She looks like a real thing. She tastes like a real thing. My fake plastic love. But I can't help the feeling. I could blow through the ceiling if I just stayed around. And it wears me out. It wears me out. It wears me out. It wears me out. And if I could be who you wanted, if I could be who you wanted all the time, all the time.
It's time to really earn what little revenue we rake in now.
On that journey to the top, you probably had to make a few sacrifices, including long-term friendships. But in Los Santos, perception is everything, and anything can be bought. You need to make a splash at social occasions and fill your fancy new house with tons of friends. If it's a glamorous occasion, we'll provide models and movie stars. If it's a business function, we'll bring along oligarchs and senior executives. Perhaps you want something a little funkier. We've got Mirror Park hipsters for hire, so you can slip on your skinny jeans and show your alternative side. People of different ethnicities and sexual preferences will mingle and make you look good instead of the desperate, close-minded guy you are. Call Appropriate Associates today.
Bored but bossy? Desperate for power and upset nobody will listen to you? Keen to patronize? Try a career in human resources. Your job is to fire people or make them feel bad for telling funny jokes. Take the joy and pleasure out of the workplace. Work is called work for a reason. It shouldn't be fun. You'll have more power than management. Make people fill out long questionnaires about their feelings so you can sell the data or blackmail them at a later point. Get paid to snoop on employee email. Train for 3 evenings and you'll be qualified to begin an exciting career as a human resources professional. Contact Ovine Human Resources Academy today.
Think you know alternative?
Think again.
TMR.
Everything is burning. Your eyes are burning. Your thoughts are burning. Your sight, your vision, they're burning.
soft trajectory-shifting release that was 1993's Siamese Dream, it's Quiet by the Smashing Pumpkins. VHS really felt like the pinnacle of media consumption. It literally added a warm and fuzzy feel to everything that you watched. And if you were watching something creepy, the lower quality actually added something that you just don't get with high def. So much about it just adds to the look of what you were watching. And I think a lot of people these days don't know how easy we've got it, now that we can just watch something in 1080p with a click of a mouse. It's higher quality, it's easier, and it's safer. I once got my hand caught in a VCR when I was a kid, and that really hurt. On PMR, we play the kind of music that doesn't hold back.
Once
play that corny gibberish they have playing over on the boulevard. And don't worry, we would never leave you stranded on a yacht with a bunch of demented seniles and saggy cougars. No, we're playing music that actually rocks for a change. Everyone should hear this song at least once. Swedish math rockers Backfish on Pre-Millennium Radio. Time for a news break.
Breaking news. Love Fist's Willie McTavish attacked.
The state's most successful business is branching out. One corporate prison company says it's buying the Corkers.
Willie McTavish, the bass player for Love Fist, has been involved in a bizarre attack by a crazed fan. Police say he had one of his signature gold teeth stolen after a show at the Tequila Club.
Sports news.
It's an American success story. Convince the government to privatize jailing its errant citizens, lobby for harsher laws, and let the profits roll. The company Incarcerate US has announced they have turned record profits this year and are looking to purchase the Los Santos Corkers.
Many of our inmates are baseball fans, so we thought this was the next step, especially since more and more of our population is incarcerated each year.
This was Weasel News.
PMR.
Pre-Millennium Radio. Playing the music that Mirror Park's hipsters are indebted to.
A San Andreas indie act whose legacy has endured long after the 90s concluded. It's Pavement with Cream of Gold.
So much for destiny, a pinprick on my knee, the frost you paint across our dead affair. I sense the toxic aura from the second we touched. You were stitched up venom and I was the curse from the vetted. Time is a one-way track and I am not coming back. I dream in beige, why'd you leave me so far now? Tied the tainted fleet, wind songs and substitutes. I dream in beige, why'd you leave me so far now? The afterlife is steep, we wander and retreat, and everyone is after us. Skirt the gaunt street hawkers with the black lemonade, keep an arrow trained on their conflicted minds, cause they stutter. Time is a one-way track and I am not coming back. I dream in beige, why'd you leave me so far now? Tied the tainted feet, wind songs and substitutes. I dream in beige, why'd you leave me so far now? I bleed in beige, why'd you leave me so far now? I bleed in beige, why'd you leave me so far now? I bleed in beige, why'd you leave me so far now? I bleed in beige, why'd you leave me so far now?
These artists paved the way for the snobs roaming Mirror Park right now, and unlike the people of Mirror Park, these guys actually held back in the cliches, somewhat. I think everyone needs to travel at some point in their lives, escape the bubble of familiar surroundings, and witness something new for a change. Seriously, I couldn't spend 10 years of being in the same place without going someplace different. It's really a magical feeling, getting off the plane at a new airport, getting a ride into town, seeing what they have to offer, and then also realizing it's got stuff worse than where you're from originally and how you're suddenly thankful to not have to live where you're visiting.
for me. Let the light be forever green. I'm playing with fire if you know what I mean. I need someone to help me turn it on. Driving past down a one-way street. Love, you dance on me. Baby,
you only get to see your kids on the weekends and have a mortgage you can barely afford? We have the escapism you need.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
It's the band that showed America that fuzzy guitars are not just for the Brits. Dinosaur Jr. with their song, Get Out of This. There used to be a time when saying, "Don't turn that dial," actually made sense. Now it's "Don't push that button on your steering wheel." Man, that was a far easier time back then. Pre-Millennium Rock is the rock station of southern San Andreas. That's if you don't count the other three rock stations, but Really, who does? A pop station with an identity crisis is beating us all in the ratings game, so why don't you just keep your radio tuned right here and sulk with us before we get converted into a Christian rock format. time for a news break.
Weasel News.
Mob witness dead in plane crash.
Cosplayers fight in Vinewood.
A man dies after a heroic campaign waiting in line for the new iFruit phone.
A private plane crashed earlier. Among the dead was Javier Madrazo, a key witness in a case against his cousin, alleged mobster Martin Madrazo. Javier Madrazo was at the point of testifying against his cousin. Without his testimony, the case will likely collapse.
It's the fight many have longed to see. The Republican Space Rangers battling liberal superhero Impotent Rage. Well, yesterday, it became reality outside the legendary Oriental Theater in Vinewood as cosplayers dressed as the characters got into an argument that ended in violence. The battle was watched by an assortment of tourists, zombies, and an alien. No one seems quite sure who won.
Idiotic news.
Sean Douglas has died after heroically standing in line for the next iFruit phone. His 3-month quest ended tragically last night when he died of untreated leprosy. Local iFruit fans formed a vigil at the iFruit store.
He fought the fight for all of us. You know, he wasn't afraid to upgrade. Oh, he loved phones. He died in line for the next phone.
The company has promised when the new iFruit phone is released, a model will be installed at his gravestone so mourners can enjoy the exciting new features for themselves.
Weasel News, confirming your prejudices.
Playing the music that makes you wish you hadn't made it past 27 as well.
PMR.
Here's some Trent Reznor for you, The Perfect Drug.
I got my head, but my head is unraveling. Can't keep control, can't keep track of where it's traveling. I got my heart, but my heart's no good. And you're the only one that's understood. I come along, but I don't know where you're taking me. I shouldn't go, but you're reaching, dragging, shaking me. Turn off the sun, pull the stars from the sky. The more I give to you, the more I die. Truth when I'm all stupid-eyed. The arrow goes straight through my heart. Without you, everything just falls apart. My blood wants to say hello to you. My fears want to get inside of you. My soul is so afraid to realize. And I want you. And I want you.
good music, your wish is my command. And my job. We only ask that you listen to our sponsors and advertisers in return. Just saying, we're not exactly running a charity here. It's not public radio. There was something magical about the period of time between 1990 and 1999. Maybe it went into 2000 or 2001 a bit. I don't know what it is, but everybody felt more relaxed and carefree. Your responsibilities didn't feel like a huge deal. I really miss that feeling. Kind of like how I miss when you had to be discreet about smoking a joint in public. We're all about the good times and tunes on PMR, and by good times, we're not talking about drugs. That would be tasteless, even if it's rather appropriate to the music that we play. Hey, we can't upset our advertisers. From the album that still holds the record for best-selling independent LP of all time, it's Nitro by 90s skate punk legends, The Offspring.
It really has been that long.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
Pre-meaning the 4.
As status quo defying as you think you might be, Modest Mouse are here to remind you of your true place in the world, or lack thereof, doing the cockroach.
I was in heaven, I was in hell. Believe in neither, but fear 'em as well. This one's a doctor, this one's a lawyer, this one's a cash feed, taking your money back to the metro, right on the Greyhound, drunk on the Amtrak. Please
about a commercial break? Yeah, I think now's a good time for one.
Hi, I'm Sue Murray, and I want to be your next governor. I know how to lead from the front. I used to be a school teacher. I know what's best for San Andreas. Many of our leaders aren't doing their homework or studying like they should. You're not living up to your full potential. I know how to use third-grade academic terms and talk down to a room of hyperactive, immature morons to get what I want. I can get things done. I'll make sure the 1% looks after the rest of us like they should. That you get what you deserve from people that work hard. Vote for me for governor.
You're locked onto Millennium
Radio! Who needs therapy when you have heroin?
You've never heard a swan make any noise like this, let me tell you. From their 1991 record, White Light, from the mouth of infinity, it's Swans.
Love will save you when the ocean splits itself in two, and love will save you when the cold wind blows right through you, and love will save you when the poison eats the precious air, and love will save you from the snake that crawls around down there, but it won't save me. Now love will save you from the evil and greed of ignorant men, and love will save you from the guilt you feel when you betray your only friend, and love will save you from yourself when you lose control, and love will save you from all the lies your lover told you, but it won't save. Save you from the truth when you think you're free, and love will save you from the cold light of boring reality, and love will save you from the corruption of your lazy minded soul, and love will save you from your selfish and distorted goals, but it won't save. Love will save you from the black night and the lightning and the ghost, and love will save you from your misery, then tie you to the bloody post, and love will save you from the hands that pull you down beneath the sea, and love may save all you people, but it will never, never save.
think your life sucks, it might not get better overnight, but don't worry. This will help you get through to the end of the suckage. This is the kind of music for those warm days where you're just driving around with the windows down, enjoying warm weather, going nowhere in particular, but just enjoying the drive. Long hair may or may not be a requirement, but a backwards baseball cap and a tank top are highly recommended. Also recommended is a 1990s model vehicle. They're pretty cheap right now, and most still run, although now that I think about it, they might not pass emissions tests, unless you use a diesel-powered car made in 1997 or before. Come on, let's bring smog back into fashion. They're out fighting for the one cause that really matters. Where would we all be without the Foo Fighters? I think you're gonna like this one, and if you don't, then why are you even listening to the radio? You know we can't get away with not playing this one. It's the Red Hot Chili Peppers with Californication.
Psychic spies from China try to steal your mind's elation, and little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen quotation. And if you want these kind of dreams, it's Californication. It's understood that Hollywood sells Californication. Sergeant Barrow while to break the spell of aging. Celebrity skin, is this your chin or is that war you're waging? Firstborn unicorn, hardcore softcore. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. A very own constellation. A teenage bride with a baby inside, getting high on information. And buy me a star on a boulevard, it's Californication. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. In Cobain, can you hear this singing songs off station to station? And Alderon's not far away, it's Californication. Born and raised by those that praise control of population. Everybody's been there and I don't need no vacation. Firstborn unicorn. Destruction leads to a very rough road, but it also breeds creation. An earthquake's out to a girl's guitar, that's just another good vibration. And tidal waves couldn't save the world from Californication. Hey, a Sergeant Barrow, while to break the spell of aging. Sicker than the rest, there is no test, but this is what you're craving. Firstborn unicorn, hardcore softcore. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication. Dream of Californication.
You know, for the life of me, I cannot believe that climate change deniers still exist. 20 or 30 years ago, I could see maybe someone being like, it's a bunch of baloney. But my God, it is so friggin' hot here now. You know, back in the 90s, we'd save the term hot for the cover girl of the month, or days that felt mildly warm, but now it's like every summer's a heat wave. Please, buy more electric cars or solar panels or something. I don't want to have to be doing this show in my underwear in 3 years' time. song's name might incite the charm a serial killer would, but don't let that distract you from this great song. This is New Skin. Ready to laugh and cry? It's time for Weasel News.
Weasel News.
High-speed gun battle on a Los Santos freeway.
Are the Chinese coming after our illegal drugs now, too?
Epsilonism still growing and still popular with in-crowd.
The Transit Authority announces another project residents will ignore.
A 60s art house classic returns to cinemas.
Shock and terror on the Del Perro Freeway earlier as two groups of men engaged in a high-speed gun battle over a luxury yacht. The Weasel News team was there just minutes too late, as usual, and spoke to this man.
I thought it was a joke or some prank until a bullet came through the window and tore through my artery. Now, if you don't mind, I need to go to the hospital.
It appears that China now wants to outsource our crime, too. At a press conference today, Globopol shared intel that high-profile members from a number of Chinese criminal organizations have entered the U.S. illegally in recent months with a view to infiltrate the North American drug market.
Despite recent controversies, including a court case and accusations of being a cult, more and more celebrities are choosing to become Epsilonists. The Epsilon program, the Los Santos-based religion that has been derided, attacked, ridiculed, and accused of everything from charlatanism and fraud to slavery and prostitution, continues to grow. At a promotional event at the Epsilon Center in Vinewood, a spokesman told us,
"This is an American religion and an American success story. Unlike most American businesses, we haven't outsourced. and we are expanding. We should be praised, not scorned.
Transit news.
The Los Santos Transit Authority announced funding for a prospective new streetcar project to the tune of $16 billion. Rails will run on many popular streets, shutting them down for years during construction, and promise to move traffic up to 3 miles per hour, much faster than current gridlocked conditions.
Capolavoro, the incomprehensible 60s classic that typified the European art house cinema craze, is showing again in local theaters as part of a retrospective of indecipherable and pretentious movies.
Well, I was thoroughly confused, but I felt better than other people towards the end.
The movie is showing again in local theaters for a limited time.
Weasel News, confirming your prejudices.
Think you know alternative?
Think again.
TMR.
Why listen to pop music when you've got real instruments making this music?
Leave them
this track? Any day now, I might be able to substitute my need for rejuvenation with something actually productive. Here's Elbow.
Senses on overdrive. Every day now, how's about getting out of this place? Anyway, he's got a lot of spare time. Some of my youth and all of my senses on overdrive.
Time to take a commercial break. Stick around.
That's the drink of the streets.
Alcohola.
What's up?
For real motherfuckers.
You being marketed at now, homie.
Oh, shizzle!
Alcohol is a unique beverage. A combination of everything that makes a memorable evening. Malt liquor and caffeine. Malt liquor!
Malt liquor, caffeine, janky than a motherfucker.
Just a little cuckoo phony. It's a good time blackout in a can. What's up?
You blacking out, asshole.
I'm blacking out. Alcoholic keeps the party going, even if you won't remember any of it. That's what's up.
When apathy was fashionable.
TMR. Pre-Millennium Radio.
Sometimes I wish I had a fan club about me, but not a teenage one. That would be weird. Paranoia around Y2K was totally misdirected. People should have been fearing the state of music in the new millennium instead of something trivial like a technological meltdown of biblical proportions. I mean, give me a break. Imagine, if you will, a place where it costs a majority of your salary just to rent an apartment in a less dumpy neighborhood than the one you lived in before. Imagine that same place has the most perfect weather imaginable and is right along a huge coastline, and yet the beaches are too crowded to really enjoy. If you even make it to the beach because you're stuck in traffic for 4 hours. Now imagine that same place being seen as cool or chic to the tourists who just gawk at everything before they get to go home to wherever the hell they came from. Sometimes I ask myself, why do I even live here? This is Super Drag with Phaser.
I don't even wonder
know we couldn't go without playing these guys. A landmark release for grunge, Sin off Stone Temple Pilots' 1992 record, Core.
He
This act was bigger than that guy at the pier pretending to be Jesus. The oh-so strangely named Dandy Warhol's telling us about the antiquation of heroin. I think most grunge vocalists would disagree with you there. I mean, you know, if they're still alive to disagree.
TMR,
where sobriety equals conformity.
If only I could play you some Queens of the Stone Age. Oh, wait, I can. You're welcome. time to head to the newsroom.
This is Weasel News. Philanthropist murdered at a house party in Chumash.
Chad and Shanice Mulligan getting divorced.
A super club is coming to East Los Santos.
Partygoers at a house in Chumash were horrified yesterday when a guest was killed seemingly by a sniper's bullet. Tahir Javan was smoking on an outside terrace when he was gunned down. Police are baffled as to why this much-loved Azerbaijani American, who was a noted philanthropist and community leader, would be targeted.
Celebrity news. Despite weeks of marriage counseling, Shanice Mulligan has been unable to forgive her husband Chad after he was caught with his finger in the cookie jar. Or is that a starlet? Now, with divorce lawyers licking their lips, Mulligan's famous collection of rare cars, wines, and boats, along with his many homes, will come under threat.
A Vinewood agent and promoter, Rocco Pelosi, is bringing life to a desolate corner in East Los Santos. Work has begun on converting an unused warehouse into a massive multi-story nightclub that will play EDM music 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm ready to take some Molly.
Weasel News, confirming your prejudices.
Do you only get to see your kids on the weekends and have a mortgage you can barely afford? We have the escapism you need.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
It's back.
The countryside is overgrown. There's a lighthouse in the sound, wrestling with butcher girls. She don't ever change her clothes. Masterpieces, liquidate infernal tears. I can sleep inside her bones 100 years. Lizards in the pressure zone. Mother knows it's only a phase. Feel like ice as it lights from the past. Underneath the broken bridge, hookers hug illegal debts. Masterpieces liquidate infernal tears. I can sleep inside her bones 100 years. Lizards in the pressure zone. Mother knows it's only a phase. Masterpieces liquidate infernal tears. I can sleep inside her bones 100 years. Lizards in the pressure zone. Mother knows it's only a phase. It's only a phase. It's only a phase.
You might have missed your spot in the 27 Club, but hey, you know what? I'm glad things turned out that way. How else would we be able to make money off of advertising if you weren't listening? You're tuned to PMR, where it never really stopped being the 90s. I think that's the tagline they want us to use, but I could just say come join us in our obsession with all things from the past, reminiscing and wishing we were all in a different time when we thought we were less stressed out. It's really just a different kind of stress from back then. Half of us were probably kids in the 90s too, so go figure. About the only new metal CD I don't shame myself for owning, it's Be Quiet by the Deftones. You're listening to PMR, and we've got another great song for you. From 1994's Betty, it's Milk Toast by the alt-metal and post-hardcore act Helmet. Those air guitars, ladies and gentlemen. Living in an entertainment mecca is an experience like no other. Imagine having some of the world's top talent in acting and music right at your doorstep, ready to be interviewed to give a struggling station a leg up during a ratings slump, and yet every request goes unanswered. Arrogance is a disease. Doesn't a circle have two sides? I don't get it. Travis, can you elaborate?
Every single thing you say, and when you die they'll sit you down and take you through. You'll realize one day that the grass is always greener on the other side. Neighbor's got a new car that you wanna drive, and when time is running out you wanna stay alive. We all live under the same sky. We all wanna live, we all will die. There is no wrong, there is no right. The circle only has one side. We all try hard to live our lives in harmony, for fear of falling swiftly overboard. But life is both a major and a minor key. Just open up the chord. But the grass is always greener on the other side. Neighbor's got a new car that you wanna drive, and when time is running out you wanna stay alive. We all live under the same sky. We all will live, we all will die. There is no wrong, there is no right. The circle only has one side.
This music was made for San Andreas. I think I'd hire these guys to do my landscaping. It's Soundgarden with Head Down. latest on this perpetual crime wave, let's go over to the news.
Weasel News. Helicopter crash, shootout, and data theft at FIB HQ. And begging for money is looked down upon unless you do it on the internet. Crowdsourcing, the new fancy term for being a bum. A team of criminals broke into the FIB's West Coast headquarters in downtown Los Santos earlier. Witnesses say they saw men parachuting in from a helicopter. The FIB claims to have shot down their helicopter. The aircraft crashed into the building, decimating several floors. The criminals were able to escape the building, and a task force headed by Special Agent Steve Haynes has been set up to bring them to justice.
We interrupt for this breaking news.
Officials announced a deal has been made to bring the Liberty City Wrath to Los Santos, pending final legal approval. City official Mark Richards announced the news today.
This East Coast versus West Coast battle continues, and today we won another victory. We're taking Liberty City's football team. It took $1 billion in taxpayer giveaways, but football is as American as gentrification and fried food.
Sit on the sidewalk and beg for money, and you're a leech on society. Do it on crowdsourcing website Beseecher, and you're an innovator. One local man is raising funds on the site to start what everyone considers a terrible business. But Scott Yothers is determined to guilt trip everyone he knows into handing over money.
I have a lot of people who've donated $10, $15, even $100 to my terrible idea.
Weasel News, confirming your prejudices.
It really has been that long.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
Pre-meaning before.
From his criminally overlooked 1997 record, Earthling, here's the legendary David Bowie with 7 Years in Tibet.
Nothing ever
Man, you remember when people used to rely on radio? There used to be a time when you needed us. We told you the weather, we told you the news, we told you about how much traffic there was going to be and how every freeway was going to be a parking lot on any given morning. We gave you music, and we made you money. Be the ninth caller and win $100 or a Bean Machine gift card with a lot of money on it. Now everyone's got their faces buried in these stupid-ass smartphones because, they got an app that tells them the weather, and an app that supposedly gives them exact directions on how to beat traffic and the fastest way to get to where you're going. And I guess there's rewards points or something on one of those retail apps, and a music app. You know, I guess this is not good for radio, is it? From the 1998 record Celebrity Skin, it's Hole with Use Once and Destroy.
It's just the emptiness, that's all you have.
This music is like the soundtrack to a tumultuous time, the pre-apocalypse, if you will, where you can tell that things are going in a bad direction, but then it's like, okay, can I really do anything about this? And you think you want to go do something about it, but then it's like, well, that's too much work. Why am I gonna bother? So then you just sit around and listen to music, and then whine a little bit more about how everything sucks. It's like an endless cycle, I swear. Direct from Chicago, it's Material Issue with Trouble.
Get to see your kids on the weekends and have a mortgage you can barely afford? We have the escapism you need.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
Come on, people now! Smile on your brother! Everybody get together!
Without question, the most important rock band of the last 30 years. The band that killed the 80s with no uncertainty, it's Nirvana.
Gotta find a way, better way.
away. We'll be back with more music after a few words from our sponsors.
The Life Invader tablet.
It's time to dock.
The future is now. Life Invader, the social networking site, announces its new tablet. It's not
technology.
It's your life.
Technology.
Live it the way you want. With a device that tells you what to do.
It's time to dock.
The Life Invader tablet. We've skipped a generation, so you don't have to.
Live tomorrow.
You will be connected to humanity. You will be docked.
Invasion never felt so good.
The Life Invader tablet.
Meth brought you forbidden fruits of incest. Bath salts brought you the taboo joys of cannibalism. It's time to step things up a level. The hot new legal high that takes you to places you never imagined and leaves you forever changed. Toilet cleaner. It's time to smoke a real bowl. Available at your local head shop, or in case of overzealous local laws, buy it online.
Pop and alternative rock from the decade of prosperity and pitiful fashion choices.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
You know, when you take the rampant shark epidemic of San Andreas into account, Nada Surf is about the only kind of surfing I would recommend right now.
Don't make up an elaborate story. This will help you avoid a big tear-jerking scene. If you want to date other people, say so. Be prepared for the boy to feel hurt and rejected. Even if you've gone together for only a short time and haven't been too serious, there's still a feeling of rejection when someone says she prefers the company of others to your exclusive company. But if you're honest and direct and avoid making a flowery emotional speech when you break the news, the boy will respect you for your frankness, and honestly, he'll appreciate the kind, straightforward manner in which you told him your decision. Unless he's a real jerk or a crybaby, you'll remain friends. I'm popular. I'm a quarterback. I'm popular. My mom says I'm a catch. I'm popular. I'm never last picked. I got a cheerleading chick. Being attractive is the most important thing there is. If you want to catch the biggest fish in your pond, you have to be as attractive as possible. Make sure to keep your hair spotless and clean. Wash it at least every 2 weeks. Once every 2 weeks. And if you see Johnny Football Hero in the hall, tell him he played a great game. Tell him you liked his article in the newspaper. I'm the party star. I'm popular. I got my own car. I'm popular. I'll never get caught. I'm popular. I make football bets. I'm the teacher's pet. I propose we support a 1-month limit on going steady. I think it would keep people more able to deal with weird situations and get to know more people. I think if you're ready to go out with Johnny, now's the time to tell him about your 1-month limit. He won't mind, he'll appreciate your fresh look on dating. And once you've dated someone else, you can date him again. I'm sure he'll like it, everyone will appreciate it. You're so novel, what a good idea. You can keep your time to yourself, you don't need date insurance. You can go out with whoever you want to. Every boy in the whole world can be yours. If you'll just listen to my plan, the teenage guide to popularity. I'm head of the class, I'm popular. I'm a quarterback, I'm popular. My mom says I'm a catch,
I think everyone needs to travel at some point in their lives. Escape the bubble of familiar surroundings and witness something new for a change. Seriously, I couldn't spend 10 years of being in the same place without going someplace different. It's really a magical feeling, getting off the plane at a new airport, getting a ride into town, seeing what they have to offer, and then also realizing it's got stuff worse than where you're from originally and how you're suddenly thankful to not have to live where you're visiting. Nothing is more real than Jeff Buckley, except for looming hyperinflation and taxes.
Love, let me sleep tonight on your couch. I remember the smell of the fabric of your simple city dress. Like a plate, and the wind blew an invocation. I fell asleep at the gate. And I never stepped on the cracks 'cause I thought I'd hurt my mother. From the nightmare, it sucked me in and pulled me under, pulled me under. Oh, oh, that was so real. Oh, that was so real. Oh, that was so real.
snobby music bloggers just love to gush over this band. I get why. Slint.
I was looking for the pirate ship when I saw this small, old white tenant on it. It was blue and it had white lights hanging all around it. Decided to check out the tent. It seemed like I could hear music coming from inside. As I walked toward it, I passed a crowd of people at a sideshow. Couldn't figure out why they would want to wait in line. I pulled back the drape thing on the tent. There was a crystal ball on the table. Behind it, a girl wearing a hat. She smiled and asked me if I wanted my fortune read. I said okay, sat down. Then I thought about it for a minute. Asked her if she'd rather go on the roller coaster instead. Creeping up into the sky, stopping at the top, then starting down. The girl grabbed my hand, I clutched it tight. I said goodbye to the ground. Far below, a soiled pan. A bucket of torn tickets set aside. He watches the children run by. And cleans his teeth. Spinning round, my head began to turn. I shouted and searched the sky for a friend. I heard the fortune teller screaming back at me. We stuck out our hands and met the wind. A girl falters as she steps down from the platform. She clutches her stomach and then begins to eat. The ticket taker smiles. The last car is ready. Who told you you could leave?
How about a commercial break? Yeah, I think now's a good time for one.
What will you do when you finally win the lottery?
I'm gonna buy a pile of blow 3 feet high and get really addicted.
Man, I'ma hire some junkies to molest my boss. That'll teach that bitch for sending me to HR.
Start dreaming. Play the San Andreas State Lottery and have all your fantasies come true.
The apocalypse is coming. Will it be aliens, zombies, or a global financial meltdown and a massive tsunami that takes us back to the Stone Age? Whatever it is, you need to be prepared so that when the nation rebuilds, this time you're at the top of the heap.
At Ammunition, we're your one-stop shop for the apocalypse and global Armageddon. Announcing the Ammunition Recession Special. Full post-apocalypse kit with machine gun nest, water purifier so you can drink your own urine, and cyanide kryptonite pills so you can go out like a man, frothing at the mouth and spasming on the floor before the Soviets or undead get you. Pick up a predator drone so you can rain down hell on unsuspecting but inappropriate neighbors from the comfort of your couch. Whether it's aliens trying to colonize Earth, zombies trying to feast on brains, monkeys spreading the plague, or children begging for a sip of water from your carefully hoarded supplies, they've all got to be suppressed, which is why our bulk buy discount is proving so popular on shelves, as well as bullets. When 1 million zombies come running over the hill, you'll be really pissed you didn't buy enough bullets. When the apocalypse gets here, don't dial 911, dial 357. Ammunition, protecting your rights.
Pre-Millennium
Radio!
Playing rock from the decade before America's collective paranoia set in.
You're on Pre-Millennium Radio, a truly one-of-a-kind radio station. Not a very impressive feat considering this town doesn't even have that many radio stations to begin with.
If I could give you anything, I would give
These artists paved the way for the snobs roaming Mirror Park right now, and unlike the people of Mirror Park, these guys actually held back in the cliches. Somewhat. You're listening to Pre-Millennium Radio, and unfortunately you're listening to it in the post-millennium. Man, the things I'd sacrifice to go back in time to that glorious decade. Now that I think about it, that really was like the peak era for society. You could bring any kind of food you wanted on a flight. You could bring on your own drinks or other liquids that were more than 8 ounces, because we didn't have to worry about shoe bombers or underwear bombers. Everybody's standards were far lower. Frosted Tips would actually get you laid. Mall cops just had to deal with a bunch of punk-ass teenagers instead of the next shooter with a manifesto. And having a pizza delivered to your doorstep really felt like the pinnacle of Western innovation. Let's flip into the other side of the Britpop coin and play some Blur.
Grandma's redemption to eat the crust on pizza, taken out by her daughter because she put your butter. Kids are eating Snickers because they're so delicious, and the sticky fingers. The mother loses her makeup. Back holiday comes 6 times a year. They love a joint to each everyone. Cheers. Back holiday comes a 6-pack of beer, and then it's back to work. A-G-A-A-A. Barbecue is cooking, sausages and chicken, Angelo is buzzing, and neighbours they are looking. Johnny's down at Fun Pub, drinking lots of lager. Girls and boys are on the game, all the heights look the same. Back holiday comes 6 times a year. They don't join and to each everyone. Cheers. Back holiday comes a 6-pack of beer, then it's back to work. A-G-A-A-A. Bang holiday comes 6 times a year. They got enjoyment to each everyone. Cheers. Bang holiday comes a 6-pack of beer, then it's back to work. A-G.
If you think your life sucks, it might not get better overnight, but don't worry. This will help you get through to the end of the suckage. It's Ween, everybody, and without the poo and pee jokes, although that would still prove to be far too nuanced for the metaphorical waterboarding they tend to pass off as comedy here. Man, no wonder they closed all the comedy clubs in this town.
Don't cry, little boy, your daddy's with you now. It won't be long anyhow. It's just around the corner, the destiny that I embrace with you. Oh, don't get too close to my fantasy. Don't be afraid to clutch the hand of your creator. Stare into the lion's eyes, and if you taste the candy, you'll get to the surprise. Stay calm, little dreamer, and drift off into dreams. The gentle kiss of night is better than it seems. It's just around the corner. Close your eyes and soon you'll be with me. Oh, don't get too close to my fantasy. Don't be afraid to clutch the hand of your creator. Stare into the lion's eyes, and if you taste the candy, you'll get to the surprise. Oh,
too close to my fantasy. Don't be afraid to clutch the hand of your creator. Stare into the lion's eyes, and if you taste the candy, you'll get to the surprise. Oh, don't get too close to my fantasy. Don't be afraid to clutch the hand of your creator. Stare into the lion's eyes, and if you taste the candy, you'll get to the surprise.
You know, I take a look at what station management is handing down to us and what market research is showing, and apparently they want to say that the 90s was the greatest decade that this society has ever seen by far. Now, I can't totally disagree with that because I really don't understand why so many people were going crazy for the 80s. It's like they couldn't get enough of trickle-down economics and the constant fear of a nuclear war breaking out. So by the time we reached the 90s, there was actually felt like relative peace. I mean, as long as you don't count the few wars that did break out in other parts of the world, and then, here you had a lot of domestic terrorism. So, I guess it wasn't all wine and roses back then either, but we did get a lot of good movies and TV shows, and some great music, which you can only hear right here on PMR, your home for media-induced idealism. Stereophonics are barging in with their song, Mr. Writer.
You line 'em up, look out your shoes, you hang names on your wall, then you shoot 'em all. You fly around in planes that bring you down to meet me who loves you, like me crashing to the ground. So lonely, you don't even know me, but you like to stone me. Mr. Writer, why don't you tell it like it is? Why don't you tell it like it really is? Before you go on home, I used to treat you right, give you my time, but when I turn my back on you, then you do what you do. You're just enough in my own view, education to perform. I'd like to shoot you all, and then you go home with you on your own. What do you really know, Mr. Writer? Why don't you tell it like it is? Why don't you tell it like it really is? Before you go on what do you
those air guitars, ladies and gentlemen.
TMR.
Where sobriety equals conformity.
I lost my membership card to the human race, so don't forget the face, 'cause I know that I do belong here. Go down the checklist, let's see if feelings are good. Dishonesty is bad, and keeping inside is worse still. You want a problem? Well, I guess we got one now. I really don't know how. The season's over every goddamn hill. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? To let you know that I do mean it. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? To let you know that I do mean it. What do you want me to say? Yeah. I see it coming from a million miles away. What else can I say? The only way you know that I love you. And there's no eye to eye, just Moses on the Mount, around and for the count. You need your man above or below you. I cannot cry at will, but I do wish I could, 'cause it do you some good when every joke I make is treason. There was a time when you could make me laugh at will, and you can do it still, but never is it for the right reasons, yeah. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? To let you know that I do mean it. What do you want me to say? What do you want me to do? To let you know that I do mean it. What do you want me to say? What do you want to hear? To let you know that I do mean it. What do you want me to say? Yeah.
I think everyone needs to travel at some point in their lives. Escape the bubble of familiar surroundings and witness something new for a change. Seriously, I couldn't spend 10 years of being in the same place without going someplace different. It's really a magical feeling, getting off the plane at a new airport, getting a ride into town, seeing what they have to offer, and then also realizing it's got stuff worse than where you're from originally and how you're suddenly thankful to not have to live where you're visiting. to be reminded of society's regressions, it's Weasel News.
This is Weasel News.
City officials are worried that Beijing may beat Los Santos in the quest for most polluted city in the world.
Is hip-hop dead? Some local experts say so.
Local tourism officials are worried that Los Santos may come in second for most polluted city in the world. Beijing has been inching ahead in recent days with a thick toxic smog that has killed 15,000. The Los Santos City Council is encouraging residents to leave cars idling all weekend in an effort to claim back the title.
Hip-hop news.
Hip-hop. It began as lyrical urban poetry, but has been desecrated beyond repair. The final nail in the coffin is the trend of nerdcore, in which geeks rap about sci-fi and the RPG video games like Loot and Wank. The hip-hop community says they're planning to meet this weekend to discuss how to bring misogyny and pointless violence back into the art form.
Weasel News, confirming your prejudices.
Playing the music that makes you wish you hadn't made it past 27 as well.
PMR.
Until our station runs out of money, we're never going to stop playing this great rock for you. You know, for the life of me, I cannot believe that climate change deniers still exist. 20 or 30 years ago, I could see maybe someone being like, it's a bunch of baloney. But my God, it is so friggin' hot here now. You know, back in the 90s, we'd save the term hot for the cover girl of the month, or days that felt mildly warm, but now it's like every summer's a heat wave. Please, buy more electric cars or solar panels or something. I don't want to have to be doing this show in my underwear in 3 years' time. It's impressive how a band named Fugazi manages to sound more real than campaign promises made by politicians. It's 5 corporations.
let's take another. This one's ours, let's take another. This one's ours, let's take another. This one's ours, let's take another. Jack the man here, Jack continues. Clusterfuck the array. Buy them up and shut them down. Then the beat every time. Every time you beat it. This one's ours, let's take another. 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 Fuck operation! Fuck operation!
You're on PMR, Pre-Millennium Radio, bumping that pre-Y2K goodness. Man, you remember when people used to rely on radio? There used to be a time when you needed us. We told you the weather, we told you the news, we told you about how much traffic there was going to be and how every freeway was going to be a parking lot on any given morning. We gave you music, and we made you money. Be the ninth caller and win $100 or a Bean Machine gift card with a lot of money on it. Now everyone's got their faces buried in these stupid-ass smartphones because, they got an app that tells them the weather, and an app that supposedly gives them exact directions on how to beat traffic and the fastest way to get to where you're going. And I guess there's rewards points or something on one of those retail apps, and a music app. You know, I guess this is not good for radio, is it? A track about agoraphobia, I think. Wide Open Space by Manson.
I'm in a wide open space.
not going to comment on this band's name or the name of the song, but it does rule. We're all about the good times and tunes on PMR, and by good times, we're not talking about drugs. That would be tasteless, even if it's rather appropriate to the music that we play. Hey, we can't upset our advertisers. Shh.
Pre-Millennium
Radio! Playing rock from the decade before America's collective paranoia set in.
I'd consider this band's name to be false advertising. They are exceptional for something called garbage. These artists paved the way for the snobs roaming Mirror Park right now, and unlike the people of Mirror Park, these guys actually held back in the cliches, somewhat.
Do you remember the time when you were gone from Mars? I don't know if you knew that. I would stay up late playing cards and you were into and cigars, and she never told me her name. I still love you, the girl from Mars. Sitting in our dreamy days by the water's edge on a cool summer night, fireflies and stars in the sky turn to glowing light from your cigarette. The breeze blowing softly on my face reminds me of something else, something that in my memories been misplaced. Suddenly all comes back, and as I look to the stars, I remember the time when you were gone from Mars. I don't know if you knew that. Always there playing cards and we went to the cigars, but she never told me her name. I still love you, the girl from Mars. Searching through the darkness over the moon and strands, electricity in the air, twisting all through the night on the terrace. Now that summer is here, I know that you are almost in love with me. I can see it in your eyes, strange light shimmering over the sea tonight, and it almost blows my mind. And as I look to the stars, I remember the time when you were from Mars. I don't know if you knew that. Always there playing cards and we were into cigars, but she never told me her name. I still love you, the girl from Mars. In the chair by the window, it felt as if you'd returned. I thought that you were standing over me. When I woke, there was no one there. I still love you, girl from Mars. Do you remember the time when you were gone from Mars? I don't know if you knew that. Always there playing cards and you went to cigars, but she never told me her name. Do you remember the time when you were from Mars? I don't know if you knew that. Oh, it's there they play cards and you went to cigars.
It's time to really earn what little revenue we rake in now.
I still love you, girl from Mars.
Fly US. We founded this airline 30 years ago, and those are the same planes flying today. With a team of flight attendants that are old, resentful bags or angry middle-aged men who failed in life. Fly US. Sit back, relax, and shut up.
Do you only get to see your kids on the weekends and have a mortgage you can barely afford? We have the escapism you need.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
A song reminiscent of My Ex, Misshapes by the British band Pulp.
Oh, we don't look the same as you, and we don't do the things you do, but we live around here too. Oh really? Misshapes, mistakes, misfits. We'd like to go to town, but we can't risk it all, 'cause they just wanna keep us out. You could end up with a smack in the mouth just for standing out now, really. Brothers, sisters, can't you see? The future's owned by you and me. There won't be fighting in the streets. They think they've got us beat, but revenge is gonna be so sweet. We're making a move, we're making it now. We're coming out of the sidelines. Just put your hands up, it's the rage, yeah. We won't tell her wonder, oh, what's the point in being rich if you can't think what to do with it, 'cause you're so bleeding thick. Oh, we weren't supposed to be, we learned too much at school, now we can't help but see the future that you've got mapped out is nothing much to shout about. We're making a move, we're making it now, we're coming out of the sideline. Just put your hands up, it's a rage, yeah. We want your homes, we want your lives, we want the things you won't allow us. We won't use guns, we won't use bombs, we use the one thing we've got more of, that's our minds. The future's owned by you and me. We'll be fighting in the streets. They think that they're gonna speak, but revenge is gonna be so sweet. We're making a move, we're making it now. We're coming out of the sidelines. Just put your hands up, it's a rage, yeah. We want your homes, we want your lives, we want the things you won't allow us. We won't use guns, we won't use bombs, we'll use the one thing we've got more of, that's our minds, yeah, that's our minds.
You know, I still got an old recording of when they did this one live. Really awesome stuff. You're tuned to PMR, where it never really stopped being the 90s. I think that's the tagline they want us to use, but I could just say come join us in our obsession with all things from the past, reminiscing and wishing we were all in a different time when we thought we were less stressed out. It's really just a different kind of stress from back then. Half of us were probably kids in the 90s too, so go figure. Time to overthrow the system. Verbally, of course. We all know it's too much effort to actually do anything, but it's Rage Against the Machine with Viet Now.
Turn on the radio, nah, fuck it, turn it off. Fear is your only guide on the radio, nah, fuck it, turn it off. Turn it off, turn on the radio, nah, fuck it, turn it off. Fear is your only guide on the radio, nah, fuck it, your savior, my guillotine, crosses and kerosene. Merge on the networks, slagging nerve gas.
You're locked onto
Millennium Radio!
Who needs therapy when you have heroin?
This track's gonna be a bit hard to wash off. It's stained.
It's been a while since I could hold my head up high, and it's been a while since I first saw you. And it's been a while since I can stand on my own 2 feet again. And it's been a while since I could call you. And everything I can remember, as fucked up as it all may seem, the consequences that are rendered, I stretched myself beyond my means. And it's been a while since I can say that I wasn't addicted, and it's been a while since I can say I love myself as well. And it's been a while since I've gone and fucked things up just like I always do. And it's been a while, but all that shit seems to disappear when I'm with you. And everything I can remember, it's fucked up as it all may seem. The consequences that I've rendered, I'm gonna fuck things up again, Why must I feel this way? Just make this go away. Just one more peaceful day. It's been a while since I could look at myself straight, and it's been a while since I said I'm sorry. And it's been a while since I've seen the way the candles light your face. And it's been a while, but I can still remember just the way you taste. And everything I can remember, it's fucked up as it all may seem to me. I know it's me. I cannot blame this on my father. He did the best he could for me. It's been a while since I could hold my head up high, and it's been a while since I said I'm sorry.
VHS really felt like the pinnacle of media consumption. It literally added a warm and fuzzy feel to everything that you watched. And if you were watching something creepy, the lower quality actually added something that you just don't get with high def. So much about it just adds to the look of what you were watching. And I think a lot of people these days don't know how easy we've got it, now that we can just watch something in 1080p with a click of a mouse. It's higher quality, it's easier, and it's safer. I once got my hand caught in a VCR when I was a kid, and that really hurt. on your lab coats, ladies and gents. We're going to do some experimenting with Stereolab. A talented man once said, "Party like it's 1999, only we're gonna party like it's 1990 up until 1999, but sometimes we make room for 2000 and 2001 for good measure." time to take a break.
Are you still stuck on 4G? Wiz Wireless is the only network offering incredible 9G technology. Yes, that's the 9th generation, featuring the new drone. It's significantly better than the iFruit phone. How do we know that? Because we blatantly ripped off their design and improved a couple of irrelevant features. 9G. Discover your future. You can't be the best if you aren't doing 8 things at once on a tiny screen. The drone from Wiz Wireless. Together we're making your life 9 times better. That's the promise of the 9th generation.
The video game of the year.
Roger that, Bravo Sierra. We've got some insurgents killing orphans, and they've got some nerve toxin and a nuke and a random flashback level in which JFK and Castro duke it out on the moon.
Righteous Slaughter 7.
Copy that, Red Leader. Call in the airstrike.
Righteous Slaughter 7. The realistic art of contemporary killing.
How do you kill?
Rated PG. Pretty much the same as the last game.
Do you only get to see your kids on the weekends and have a mortgage you can barely afford? We have the escapism you need.
Pre-Millennium Radio.
How in the hell do you smoke an umbrella anyway? Here's failure.
Just in time for all the brilliant red lights. They were streaming through my half-shuttered window. Christmas lights in time with my stuttered brain waves. The doorknob was glowing. All my photographs were rippled and melting. Through the walls I could hear panic voices. They seem to say go back to bed, there's no choices. And no, we're not burned out, but falling calls out. We've got another smoking umbrella left. And
Why listen to pop music when you've got real instruments making this music? This is the kind of music for those warm days where you're just driving around with the windows down, enjoying warm weather, going nowhere in particular, but just enjoying the drive. Long hair may or may not be a requirement, but a backwards baseball cap and a tank top are highly recommended. Also recommended is a 1990s model vehicle. They're pretty cheap right now, and most still run, although now that I think about it, they might not pass emissions tests, unless you use a diesel-powered car made in 1997 or before. Come on, let's bring smog back into fashion.
She's shaking down, absent and numb from shock, reaching around for the hands of the clock. Sugar light, lit me up, it's my
Anyone ever been to Manchester? Here's some guys that are from there. It's the Stone Roses. How can you not like this music? You know, for the life of me, I cannot believe that climate change deniers still exist. 20 or 30 years ago, I could see maybe someone being like, it's a bunch of baloney. But my God, it is so friggin' hot here now. You know, back in the 90s, we'd save the term hot for the cover girl of the month, or days that felt mildly warm, but now it's like every summer's a heat wave. Please, buy more electric cars or solar panels or something. I don't want to have to be doing this show in my underwear in 3 years' time. Concocted by one of the most brilliant minds within the world of alternative rock and metal, Mike Patton and Company with The Real Thing.
The perfect moment, that golden moment. I know you feel it refuse the
essence of the the perfect moment, that golden moment. I know you feel it I know the feeling, it is the real thing. You can't refuse the embrace. This is so real, what I feel. Flood, still your soul. Feel the blood, pump through your veins. Can't explain the element, that's everything. Just collect your fists and close your eyes. Look deep inside, hypnotize. Yes, the ecstasy you can play. You will never let it slip away. Yes, the ecstasy you can play. You will never let it slip away. You will never let it slip away. You will never let it slip away. Echoes of your childhood like the first time lovers, you will take its guidance in silence.
You won't find music this good anywhere else this side of the Pacific.
Think you know alternative?
Think again. TMR.